Click this.
Yeah, now they can hear you.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
world.
Hello, world. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here at the bright beginning of the final competition for the RoBA World Championships final. We have a slight delay off the start here because one team took a timeout, but we're hoping to get started here in just under a couple minutes. Today I am joined by Andrew. Say hey, Andrew.
Hello.
And we'll be doing some live action commentary for you throughout this competition. Andrew, you want to give a quick overview of the rules?
Exciting game we have on hand here. The rules are we have two Nexi. We have two teams, a red team and a blue team. The objective of each team is to drive over to deplete the enemy team's nexus. And there are two ways to do that. The first way is to capture the towers in the center. You see we have the red and a blue button. There's also a little cube in the center there. Each team can capture that tower and it'll do a 0.25 damage per second to the enemy nexus. The other way to damage the enemy nexus is to go drive over there and start smashing those Nexi buttons there with the lights.
Those each do 1 damage every time you hit it, and the nexus only has about 48 damage to start off. So fewer than 50 hits on the nexus and it's dead, or you capture one of those towers for about 3 minutes and the game is over.
Exactly. We have an exciting game on hand here. We have Ninja Turtles on the red side here, looking to bounce back from the round robin stage yesterday. Anything goes today. We're in a single elimination playoff round here. On the blue side, we have Rush B. We have Rush B on the blue side here, coming off an undefeated round robin stage yesterday. Ooh. Another team has called timeout here, so we have another delay for a couple more minutes here, but we're just about ready to get started.
Just a short 3-minute delay, and then we'll be commencing our first match of the final competition.
Can you ask them all to not run anything?
Having some Wi-Fi issues from some rogue teams out in the hallway.
Can someone go in? Thank you.
And for everyone in the room, I am not crazy. I am talking to the live stream. I also want to note that the robots in this competition are mortal. There are little switches on top that can be hit by enemy robots or by these mechanisms we have in the center of the field, the swinging arms of death. Each hit will remove 1 damage point from the robot, and the robots have between 2 and 10 damage points to start off, so that can be pretty significant. If a robot does die on the field, it is respawned back originally in its original base after about 15 seconds.
Okay. Looks like we're just about ready to get underway here.
Walker, you ready to go?
Ready to go. Shall I? All right, blue team, are you ready?
Yeah.
Central isn't ready.
Hold, we're not ready to launch.
I'm getting messages from Robot 2. Robot 2. You're not supposed to be sending messages.
Robot 2.
Someone should just...
7.
Did someone go outside and check if anyone's...
Wait, Meta Team 7 is playing. Oh.
Mario Kart.
Oh. Mario Kart's robot is transmitting data to us. They just turned off the robot. Okay. Are you still receiving rogue data?
Okay, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Mark, can you mute the volume up there?
Alright, our launch is still ready to go. It has not been scrubbed.
All right. Aslama, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Blue team, are you ready?
Yeah.
Red team, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, start.
We have autonomous mode here. One robot here moving towards the center, inching their way on the red team, inching their way towards the center.
Looks like we have 3 robots moving on the blue team. This is autonomous mode for the first
They're
60
slowly moving
seconds.
their way up. Robot's a little bit stuck on the bridge there. We have a robot on the blue team going to drive straight to the tower here.
We have
making
a robot
turn,
moving
making a
towards
turn.
capturing the tower.
Going to turn to the tower. Narrowly misses the button.
It's Just missed the tower button. Won't be able to capture it that way and might have to wait for the remainder of the autonomous mode timer to tick down.
Narrowly missing the button there. Just by a couple inches.
So it looks like now the autonomous mode functionality is pretty much done for all the robots here, and we'll just be waiting for the timer to tick down so we can move over to the remote control mode in 10 seconds.
I'm going to guess their caster wheel in the front had something to do with that. Missing the center block by inches. And now we are in remote controller mode here.
The swinging
Robot
arms of
here,
death
swinging arms of
are
death.
moving.
Takes a point of health from one of the robots here.
We have a robot trying to capture the center tower.
Oh, there we go. We
already
have
for the
a
blue
robot
team.
here. Oh, a robot's getting hit in the center. Robot's getting hit in the center here. One robot fell over.
Red robot has tipped over the blue
And
robot
someone
that was
has
trying to
captured
capture
the tower up top. The
Looks
blue
like the
team
blue
has
team
captured
is-
the top tower and is about to capture the middle tower.
Blue team is moving quickly
Moving
towards
quickly
blue.
here.
A blue team robot has
80.
tipped over.
89 health on
Looks
the
like-
Ninja Turtles Nexus.
The red team is now depleting the blue team's capture of the lower tower and is capturing
Red
it for
team
themselves.
Red team going
Oh,
for
but they
the
haven't
tower.
managed to quite press the button. Now the top
team-
tower
oh!
is blue team is
Blue
continuing to capture that
There's a
bottom
robot
tower.
on the red team helping
About
out the blue
halfway
team.
done. And the bottom tower is captured. Both towers are now captured for the blue team.
There's a robot on the red team going straight for the blue Nexus.
This means that the red Nexus will be depleted at half of a damage point per second, a quarter from
There
each
is
tower.
a robot on the red team damaging the blue Nexus, though. The blue Nexus is going down.
Red Nexus won't last for long at this rate.
Blue
It is
Nexus
now
is at
56.
72.
Nexus is at
Red
52
Nexus.
for the red team.
Blue Nexus is still getting damaged here.
Blue Nexus is taking some hits, but the red Nexus is depleting fast from that tower, even though no robots are over
Here we
there
go.
hitting it. Looks now like
More
the
robots
red
dropping
team.
in. The red Nexus at 35 health. 33 health on the red Nexus. $25 health on the red Nexus. The red Nexus is slowly depleting here. 18 health.
Oh, brutal attacks
16
from
health.
in 2 rounds
Oh,
on the
there's
front.
a blue team
Is
robot
dead
out.
now. Brutal
Completely killed him.
defeat.
8 health on the Nexus.
8 health on
6
6.
health. 4 health. 2 health. And the game is over.
Winner is Rush B.
Rush B takes it. They will
Congrats
move
to the blue team.
on to the semifinal round.
Wow, great round to start us off today. All right, so as a quick recap here, we had the Ninja Turtles versus Rush B. Rush B, in a tightly contested match, took the win by capturing both the towers and just winning the game of attrition in this first round.
A great performance here by the Ninja Turtles. A strong showing here from from yesterday to today.
That's true. A big
Definitely put
improvement.
a lot of damage on the blue Nexus. It just wasn't quite enough to continue here. Rush B will move on to the semifinal stage. They will play in match 5.
Very exciting match to start us off, though. And if you take a close look, you can see Aslama fixing the code right up here. This is how we do it here. So the next match should be in about 5 minutes here, but we're rescheduling the next match for 1:15. I'll post that in the comments as well. And yeah, we'll have that up for you guys shortly. We'll be back soon, so tune back in, and thanks for joining us. what's the Sith? The Sith, the red team versus Meta Team 6. I believe Sith had a very strong showing yesterday. I can't exactly remember Meta Team 6's performance.
0-2.
Oh, okay. Meta Team 6 was 0-2,
But look at
so
bounce
they're
back
hoping for a big comeback,
Big bounce
and Sith is hoping to continue their successful streak from yesterday.
Yes.
That'll be happening in just under 10 minutes, and again, this is a single elimination format for our finals today. This is match 2, coming up in 10.
Another quick update here. We're just getting ready to get set up here. Both teams are starting to come onto the stage and get ready for the next match, which should start in about 6 or so minutes. So we're going to get underway here shortly. Thanks for watching and thanks for supporting UPenn Mechatronics. We have a 2-minute warning being called right now. 2-minute warning as robots are starting to get set up on the stage. 2-minute warning. Just as an update here, we do have a timeout being called. So that is a 7-minute extension. So that they call timeout. But actually, perhaps all the teams are getting underway here. So we might get started in a little bit. Sure. It is 1:15 now. A team is trying to debate if they want to use their timeout to get it. And looks like timeout is being called. Was timeout called?
Yes.
Timeout being called by the Sith here. Need a little more time to charge up their Force Lightning or something like that. So, timeout being called, and we'll get back to you in about 7 minutes. 7 minutes here. Thanks again for supporting UPenn Mechatronics. A 2-minute warning has been called. A 2-minute warning has been called here. All robots will be getting set up on stage shortly, and if they are not here, they will not be competing for their team. So, 2-minute warning here. Okay, looks like we're ready to go here. Looks like we are ready to go here. One last robot making their way on stage here. Are we ready to go? We have a very loud beeping robot. Not sure what it's saying there, but it is definitely beeping. Hopefully that's not a LiPo battery tester. Yeah. All right. Red team, are you ready? Blue team, are you ready? The game will begin in 3, 2, 1, begin. We have auto mode here. We have one robot moving in. The tank driving straight here, getting a little stuck on the wall, spinning their weapon. Here comes Kylo Ren going up the hill here, trying to make his up the hill. Not quite strong enough right now. Trying to localize itself with the Vive information. There you go. Kylo Ren eking its way up the ramp. Kylo Ren going nice and slow. Auto mode is 60 seconds. The other robots sizing each other up a little bit. We are in auto mode right now. Welcome back, walkers.
Hey, thanks, Andrew.
Still in auto mode right now. Kylo Ren still trying to eke his way up the hill. 15 seconds here left on auto mode, and we're just about getting ready.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds
and it's
here.
impressive enough to keep tracking this trajectory while they're going up the hill. That's some good control.
2, 1.
And we are back into regular control mode here. We have a robot making their way, taking a hit from the swinging arms of death. Kylo Ren slipping back down the hill there. Another robot from his team going to make it up the hill.
One robot is getting its health rapidly depleted by the swinging arms of death.
There we go. We have a robot here
Looks
making
like
his way to the center
robot
tower.
Trying to press that button for the
In the center tower. They just need to back up, and they're
they've
backing
pressed
up
the
there.
button.
They're pressing it.
Oh,
they
stopped
let go.
pressing it.
And they're pressing it again. Here we go.
It's about
Kylo
halfway
Ren making his
captured.
way up the hill here. Kylo Ren looking to press the red button for the red team. The blue team has captured the middle tower.
Oh, blue team's captured the middle tower, but the
Which
red
means
team is trying to capture the
Red
top
team
tower
trying to capture the
even
red
that
tower
up.
here. Here we go. We have a robot driving its way away from the center right now. Looking to avoid the swinging arms step. Nice
Wow,
dodge.
impressive
Very
maneuvers.
nice dodge. Very nice maneuverability.
Moving over to attack the blue Nexus directly, and they have hit it twice, 3 times.
Going
They're beating
straight,
on the blue
going
Nexus.
straight for the blue Nexus. No mercy.
It looks like although the red Nexus is being steadily depleted,
The red
we've
Nexus
got
being
a
steadily
red team
depleted.
over here hitting the blue Nexus. Also, a red team member is trying to capture the top tower for the red team.
Oh, swinging. Oh, there's a robot, and the robot has been killed.
There's a battle
A robot
by
has
the
been
lower
killed.
tower that's taken out one of the blue team robots. Health fully depleted. And
we
that's
have
when those weapons really come
One
into
robot
play.
is just constantly backing up.
It's really hitting that button.
It's really just backing up and holding down that button for the blue team here. The Sith's health slowly depleting right now.
Jorge, just the top hat. Just the ESP. Just the ESP.
Hard to tell exactly what is happening here, other than the fact that there is one tower captured for the
One
blue
tower
team.
captured here. A robot on the
steadily
red team
depleting.
eking its way in.
We've got
Eking its way in here.
33%, 20%.
31 health, 22 health left for the
Wow.
Nexus.
A blue robot is
Blue robot is
absolutely
dead. The Sith
destroying
is health
the red
bleeding here.
Nexus.
Nexus has 12 health, 10 health,
10%,
8 health there.
And this
6
tower will
health.
finish that Nexus off in seconds.
Seconds
4%.
remaining here for the Sith. Can they make something happen?
Yeah! Go Sarah!
2 health left on the Sith.
And the
looks like
game is
Sith
over. That is a win for the blue team, John Cena. And it all really came down to a tower captured in the early stages of the game,
Pop up.
and also pretty even attacks on the opposing team's nexus. The red team got some good hits in on the blue nexus,
Good hits in indeed.
but not capturing a tower. If you have your robots giving you problems with control, then you're really in trouble. That tower is a reliable source of damage throughout the whole game, and that's what did it
What
for
team
the
number?
blue team.
10.
All right, so that means that the blue team will be moving on to the next round, and the red team, the Sith, sadly, their journey stops here. They had a great showing so far, and they did a really good job in this competition, but it just was not quite enough.
Strong victory here for Meta Team 6, their first win of the season.
Wow, and a strong win it was. That's impressive.
Strong win coming in during playoffs. Anything can happen in the playoffs.
It's true.
And we really mean it.
Those all-nighters the night before can really pay off sometimes. Well, it looks like the next match is scheduled for 1:40 p.m. So check back in a short 10 minutes, and we'll have our next match coming up. That is match 3, Space Jungle versus PTA. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, not the Parent-Teacher Association like I assume. Space Jungle will be blue, and PTA is going to be the red team. So check back in 10 short minutes, and we'll have that game underway. We have a timeout called, so that means that we have another 7 minutes before the start of the game. So that's a 7-minute postpone. All right, folks, thanks for your patience after that quick 7-minute timeout. We've got 3 minutes until our third match of the day starts. This is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, the red team, versus Space Jungle, the blue team. Should be a good match. As a reminder of how the game works, each team has a nexus. Those are the boxes glowing red and blue on the left and right sides of the field, respectively. Those nexuses have 48 health. Once that health is depleted, the nexus dies and the other team wins. So each team tries to deplete the opposite team's nexus health by either capturing towers, those pairs of red and blue buttons in the center of the field, or by hitting the nexus directly. Hitting the nexus directly takes away 1 damage point, while capturing the tower takes away 1/4 of a damage point per second for the entire remainder of the game while it's captured. Other teams can recapture those towers, but it's not easy. Also, these robots are mortal. Each robot has a certain number of hit points dependent on its weight, and those hit points can be depleted by hitting a whisker switch that is mounted on the robot. These can be hit by the opposing team members' arms on their robots, or can be hit by the swinging arms of death, which are placed throughout the field by our TAs. This match should commence in just a couple minutes, so hang tight.
Thank you again for supporting UPenn Mechatronics.
1 minute remaining. Looks like blue team has 2 robots on the field, and red team has 1 right now. They've got just 60 seconds to get those robots down on the field.
I'm going to abbreviate this to PTA.
So after this match, all 6 of our meta teams who didn't get a bye will have played today, and we will have the next round matchups fully determined.
The semifinals, the last spot of the semifinals is at stake here. Will it be either Space Jungle or Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, PTA, facing up against Rush B in the semifinals?
This is the fight for the next spot in the next round. Those teams that have already qualified for the semifinals are
Does that matter?
Friendly Fire,
No? Okay.
Meta Team 6, Rush B from last game, and whichever team wins this next match. Looks like we're trying to get started in just a second here. We have 3 robots down for the blue team, and 2 robots down. We'll call it 1.5 for the red team because it looks like 1 is slightly disassembled. All right, folks, hang tight because another 7-minute timeout has been called.
The other 7 minutes.
We have very few of these left, so with any luck, we'll be on schedule for the remainder of the day. But this match has been postponed a further 7 minutes to 1:54, I believe. So tune back in just 7 minutes, and we'll have this game rolling. Thanks, everyone, for your patience and for being here with us on this final day of the Mechatronics MOBA competition.
World Championship.
World Championships. All right, we are about ready to get underway here. About 2 minutes until we get started. We've got some robots doing some final tweaks. A reminder as to how this game works. These are robots built 100% by the students throughout the course here in Mechatronics. There are 2 game modes. When we start the game, it'll be 60 seconds of autonomous mode. That means that robots will be navigating autonomously according to location data they get from sensors they have on board the robot. The students were completely responsible for programming that as well. After the 60 seconds of autonomous mode, it moves into remote control mode, where students are able to control their robots with the remote controllers that they have also built and that they hold in their hands over Wi-Fi. The object of the game is to deplete the health of the opponent's nexus. Those nexuses are the 2 glowing boxes in the bottom left and right of the arena. You can deplete the nexus by either hitting the buttons directly or by capturing towers, those 2 pairs of blue and red buttons right in the middle of the field. If you capture a tower, the nexus health goes down by 1/4 of a damage point per second. The Nexuses have 48 health, so by 1 tower capture alone, that's a 3-minute game if no one's able to recapture the tower. And in addition, the hitting the Nexus buttons directly takes 1 damage point away. In addition to that, the robots themselves are mortal. They have whisker switches on board, and if those whisker switches are hit, they take a damage point. The robots have between 2 and 10 damage points, inversely proportional to the mass of the robot. So we're trying to incentivize a low robot mass. Looks like we're about to get underway here in just under a minute. This is the final match of the quarterfinal rounds. We have Space, Jungle versus Planes, Trains, and Automobiles competing for the last slot in the semi-final round.
Whoever wins here will be facing up against Rush B. Do I need to change the webcam, do you think?
Adjust this, you
Yeah,
said?
maybe a little bit.
Let me know.
Just a little bit to the right. Yeah, that's perfect right there. Wait, a little bit left. Thanks for bearing with us through this webcam adjustments. This is a graphical user interface built by Aslama for us today, so thanks Aslama for that. A little bit to the left, Andrew.
You guys aren't driving or anything?
Andrew, can you move back to the left? That's not live. Look. Just a little bit to the left. Perfect, right there. All right.
Sorry, Walker.
Yes. Can you guys move? Thank
Yeah,
you.
can you like just sit down? Yeah, sit down or something like that, yeah.
All right, it looks like we're ready to get underway here.
Our last quarterfinal match of the day.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles versus Space Jungle for the last slot in the
The
semifinal
final
round.
spot in the semifinals is at stake here. A date with Rush B. I've been watching too
A
many
date
League of
with
Legends.
Rush B.
Way too
Phenomenal.
many.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Ready? All right, is the blue team ready?
Yeah.
Is the red team ready? The red team's ready.
Hey,
3, 2, 1, begin.
And auto mode starting, both teams just sizing each other up on both sides.
Looks like no teams are moving for auto mode here at the beginning of the game. That's okay. It's really hard to implement auto mode, and a lot of teams have struggled with that, so we're not too terribly surprised to see a lack of movement.
That's
In
okay.
just a short 45 seconds or so, the teams will be able to move to remote control mode, where they will control their robots with the hand-built remote controllers that they are holding in their hands.
Very action. Professor, I think we can turn the projector back on. Let's turn the projectors back on. Turn the projectors back on. Oh, why do they have 97 health? That's fine.
It is.
That's fine.
Just about 10 seconds left here in the auto mode. Then teams will be able to
Here
remote
we
control their
go.
way.
4, 3, 2, 1. Remote control mode has started. There we go.
Teams are off to the
Jeremy,
races.
Jeremy making his way through the swinging arms of death. Nice dodge there. Gonna
Gutsy.
finesse his way through.
Oh,
Takes a
he's taken
slight
one
hit, but that's okay. Takes another hit, but that's okay. Makes his way to the center here.
Aiming to capture
Going to
this
now
blue
make
tower.
his way into the tower here. Gonna try and position himself. Robots on the red side are trying to reset themselves right now, but Jeremy is capturing the tower here.
Begun to capture the blue
A big
tower.
capture.
Halfway captured.
First blood here for Space
That is
Jungle.
a captured tower. That tower will now
Jeremy
deplete the red nexus.
Going straight for the Nexus here, or is Jeremy going to go defensive right now? What will Jeremy do? Jeremy dodging the swinging arm of death. Robots on the red team. Lil Yachty making his way into the center. Gonna dodge the swinging arm to death. Jeremy also dodging the swinging arm to death here. Both robots making it through. Jeremy going straight for the Nexus. No
Hitting that
mercy.
nexus.
Lil Yachty trying to capture the middle tower back for the red team here.
That's a strategic move. Trying to cut
Very
their
strategic
losses
here.
here. Can they
Definitely
press that
indeed.
button?
Look at Jeremy go, just wailing
Lil
on that
Yachty
tower.
has pressed
Lil
the
Yachty's
button.
pressing and holding the button.
Recapturing the tower. This could
Recapturing
be a
the
game
tower.
changer.
Recapturing the tower for PTA.
Wow.
PTA is at 72 health. Lil Yachty captures the tower for the red team.
And that is the first tower
Space Jungle
recapture we
taking
have
damage
seen.
right now. Space Jungle at 91 health and counting. Lil Yachty
Wow.
gets shoved out of the way. Big defense. A big defensive play there. Jeremy going to come back to
for
the middle tower.
jugular with that blue team nexus.
What a smash.
Lil
Lil
Yachty is moving in.
going straight for the heart. Space Jungle has less health than PTA. Jeremy's looking to capture it here.
Capturing that top tower
The top
for
tower,
the red team
both
is
towers
captured.
now captured for PTA. What a comeback here we have. Lil Yachty getting hit by the swinging arms of death.
Blue nexus going down at half of a damage point per second. In addition
A
to
strong
the hit.
comeback here from PTA. Jeremy trying to make his way back to the blue tower here. What else is happening across the field?
Wow, we've got
Lil
some
Yachty.
brutal hits from
Lil
Lil
Yachty
Yachty.
still wailing on the
We've got
Space
10%
Jungle
health
Nexus.
on the blue nexus.
He's wailing
and
on
it's done! Wow, that is
Planes,
a quick
trains,
victory.
and automobiles.
What a comeback
What
for the
a
red
comeback
team.
victory.
That was incredible.
Lil Yachty had some startup issues, and once they got going, they really got going and never looked back.
Wow. Well, that
What
just
a
goes to show you
performance.
that for
Anything
some
can happen.
games, the first 15 seconds defines it, and this one
That
they
was
were able to
a
turn
move,
it
yes.
around.
Like, smash that robot out of
Very
the way.
impressive moves by Lil Yachty. So as a recap, that was 2 towers captured by the red team,
Very
doing half of a damage point per second to the blue nexus until its health was completely depleted.
good job, though.
This was coming back from a blue team capture of the lower tower.
Okay.
The next match will take place at 2:10 p.m. This will be the first match of the semifinal rounds. And that is going to be Friendly Fire, our number 1 seed from yesterday, who got a bye in the first round, versus Meta Team 6, who won our first round of quarterfinals. They'll see if they can take on the undefeated Friendly Fire. So a timeout has been called here by the blue meta team, which means that that's a 7-minute delay to the game. Each team has one timeout to call for the entire competition.
Next match.
Yeah, so as I was saying, each team has a 7-minute timeout that they're able to call. Blue team has called their timeout, so we will get started here in hopefully just 2 minutes, unless red team decides to also call a timeout, in which case we could have another 7-minute delay.
That's okay though. Robots do take time to get set up properly and working
That's for
correctly.
sure.
So
In fact, they
That's
usually
why.
take just about 10 minutes after they were supposed to be done, in my experience, personally.
that's just the way it is. Whenever the robots need to work, they don't. And whenever they're just being tested, they work.
That's why all those robot videos out there, you see one take out of the thousands that were left on the cutting room floor. It's because they only got it to work once, but you always record. That's what we do in robotics.
Now we're just taking shots at robotics in general.
I don't think so. See, I hear a lot of fear from, just everyone. Everyone's like, robots are scary. These Boston
true,
Dynamics
very true.
things, they can open doors. They're going to take over the
Very
world.
true.
But the reality is that those robots fell over 500 times before they got the one video take that resulted in that scary video. So don't
very,
be
very
afraid,
true.
everyone.
Robots are scary in what they can do, but also scary in that they'll only work some of the time. So
Yeah.
they're scary for both sides,
Give
the
it
consumers
1%.
and for the engineers behind
Maybe 0.5%.
them. Just about get ready to get underway here.
1 minute warning. Just about 15, I think.
12.
Wow, we'll take
Is
it.
one of them your mom?
Yes.
Nice.
There we go.
All right, so for those
She
of
heard
you
that.
just tuning in, we've got the first round of the semifinals, Friendly Fire, the blue team, versus Meta Team 6,
Here
the red
we
team.
go.
Starting up in a few moments here. They're getting their robots onto the field. As a reminder, the object of the game is to deplete the health of the opponent's Nexus. Each Nexus has 48 health. They're those little boxes you see on the bottom left and right side of the arena. The Nexus health can be depleted in one of two ways. Either you can capture a tower, which does continuous damage while the tower is captured. You can capture a tower for your team by pressing the button of your team color, and that does a quarter damage point per second to the opposing team's Nexus. You can also go in and hit the Nexus directly on those glowing buttons, taking 1 damage point away. In addition to that, the robots are mortal. They can be killed.
Transmitting that shouldn't be.
We've got some rogue transmissions coming through. We're just taking care of those before we get this match underway. Stand by, please. All right, it looks like we are all good to start. We got some robots on the field, 3 red teams, 3 red team robots, and looks like we do have all 4 blue team robots. That's Friendly Fire, the winner of yesterday's round. Are we all set to start? All right, is the blue team ready? Red team, are you ready? They're ready. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Auto mode here. Making his way right up the ramp.
Wow.
Right up the ramp here. Driving over to the blue button, making a turn here. Gonna smash the blue button.
They haven't managed to hit the button.
It looks like they
enough.
managed to hit the button, but it's not quite pressing it.
Oh,
Not
that's a
quite
shame.
pressing it.
We almost saw our
Very,
very
very
first
close.
tower capture.
Almost the first blood here, not quite. Okay.
Oh, they're moving.
Oh,
How
he's
did they
go-
do
he's-
this?
Oh, he's resetting itself.
Oh, it just missed.
Very, very close again. Not quite. They're claiming that their robot should not have moved during that, but it did anyways. Definitely autonomous mode, making its own decisions.
10 seconds left for autonomous mode. Then we'll be on to the remote control portion of the competition. 2, 1.
And they are in remote control mode now.
It looks like this team is going to go for capturing
Going straight
the
for the
top
Nexus
tower.
here. There we
we
go.
They're working on capturing
The
that
blue
top
capture.
tower.
Oh!
They've been taken down away
Dragging the robot
from the
down.
tower.
It is a real battle on the ramp here.
Use the trigger.
Wow.
John Cena trying to wrestle his way back
Oh,
up top.
this is brutal.
Grabbing the
This is
robot
brutal.
here. Are they stuck? Nope. Manages to escape. Gonna drive back up the hill.
Trying
going-
to again capture that
There
top
we go
tower.
here. There we
They've
go,
been
the
working
blue
on it.
tower.
Can they be pushed
There
out of
we
the
go.
way?
Can they be deterred? Here we go.
They're stopped. They're not
They're
pressing the button
smashing
anymore.
that. There we go. They're smashing the bottom top.
Red,
The red
team,
has
meanwhile,
captured the Nexus.
that's doing damage to the blue Nexus already.
Charles. Wait, the car's not working right now.
Blue Nexus
Blue
is
team.
at 90%.
They're gonna move red. Red team might capture both towers here. John Cena capturing both towers.
Wow. And
There
John
you
Cena has
go.
moved
The
to
red
capture
team
that
has
tower.
both towers right now.
That is a half a damage point per
you
second
go.
to the blue Nexus. It looks like blue team is trying
Blue
to
team
push
trying
red
to
team off the button, but red
Trying
team
to
is
evict them here.
anchored
Go for the
in
Nexus.
there.
Go for the Nexus.
Pushing him off.
Go for the Nexus.
Now pressing that blue button can't do anything. Well, that red button is
pressing the
also
blue button
depressed.
help.
Oh, they're recapturing the
pressing
top
the blue
tower.
button is helping. They might recapture the tower here.
Nexus.
Is there a robot on the red team smashing into the blue Nexus here? The blue Nexus going down really
looks
quick
like
here.
it.
18 health, 16 health, 14, 10, 6, 4, 2. The red team with the upset.
What a victory for John Cena.
What an upset.
Just took out Friendly Fire
Meta
with
Team
a
6
brutal
with their-
Nexus attack.
With a strong comeback, winless in the round robin stage, but they're winning when it counts in the playoffs.
Wow, that's 2 towers captured,
What a comeback.
and then a brutal attack on the enemy Nexus, resulting in a quick demise for Friendly Fire. That was an intense match, contention over the tower the entire time. Good job to both teams on that competition. Good show, good show.
I was trying to move. I lost Wi-Fi.
So that means that Meta Team 6, which is John Cena, they have moved on to the finals. They have won their semifinal round, and they will be playing whoever wins our next match here. Our next match. We'll have the match time estimated, of course, for that in just a second here for you.
What a match.
Again, an intense match. We had almost a tower capture in autonomous mode, which is the first time that we've seen that. They pressed the button, but they weren't able to get it quite accurately enough to actually trigger the switch, which is key. Very difficult to do in autonomous mode, so super impressed that they were able to pull that off. And then we had the red team come in strong and come back from that tower capture to capture both towers. depleting the blue health quickly. Mark, do you mean 2:30?
You want to turn central on? I need all robots to stop communicating.
Looks like our next match is going to be at 2:30 p.m. in about 5-6 minutes here. We'll see if we can get it started that quickly. So check back in soon. All right, so we will be taking a 1-hour intermission here before the second match of our semifinals. We've got 2 matches after the intermission. That's our last semifinal match, and then the finals. So finals should nominally be at 4 p.m. So tune back in for that, and we'll see you in just an hour at 3:30. We also have a third place match that I forgot about. Will that be taking place before or after? Oh, that's before the finals. So we have the third place match at round 4, finals before 4:30. So again, tune back in at 3:30 for the last 3 matches. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Mechatronics final competition. This is the RoBA World Championship final day. We're looking at the the fifth match of the day. I think that's the it's the final semifinal match. So the winner of this match will go on to face Team John Cena in the finals after this. So we're going to have this this semifinal match, and then we're going to have the third place match right afterwards, and finish things up hopefully by 4:30 with the final. Right now we are in a timeout as one team has called a timeout. They get 7 minutes for their timeouts. So we should have this match underway at precisely 3:37. As a reminder, we have Planes, Trains, and Automobiles versus Rush B. Rush B coming off 2 victories, the first in the match one, and a solid performance yesterday. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles also playing today in the quarterfinal rounds, winning their match and moving on to the semifinals. We had a pretty big upset in our last semifinal round where Team Friendly Fire was defeated by Meta Team 6, John Cena, to advance John Cena to the finals. So again, the winner of this round will advance to join them in that final matchup at around 4:30 p.m. As an overview for those of you who are just tuning in, the game works as follows. So we have 2 nexuses. One belongs to each team in the left and right side of the fields. You win the game by depleting the health of your opponent's nexus. The nexuses start with 48 health, and you can deplete the health in one of 2 ways. You can either capture one of the 2 towers that are at the center of the field, the pairs of red and blue buttons. By capturing one of the towers, you start to do damage to your opponent's nexus. You do 1/4 of a point of damage per second until the tower is recaptured. The other way is you can directly move over to your opponent's nexus and start hitting those glowing buttons that you can see on the screen. That takes away 1 damage point every time you press the button, which can be a pretty devastating and quick way to end a game. Now the robots are also mortal. They have a number of health points inversely proportional to their weight, so we want to incentivize low weight robots, lightweight. And they can have their health points depleted by hitting those whisker switches that are mounted on the robots. Now other robots can attack with their attack arms and hit those whisker switches, or the swinging arms of death, as we like to call them, placed on the field by the TAs, could also hit those whisker switches. The game has 2 phases. The first 60 seconds are autonomous, in which robots must move around the field autonomously based on localization that they have from sensors on board. In this stage, a lot of teams we've been seeing are trying to move close to the towers. One team even almost captured a tower, but they weren't able to quite press the button hard enough, so that was pretty disappointing for them, but a very impressive show of autonomous capability. After those 60 seconds of autonomous mode, we have the remote control mode, in which the students control their robots with the remote controls that they have hand-built themselves using Wi-Fi transmission that they learned, and in these microcontrollers that we've been working with throughout the class. So once the teams are in remote control mode, they're able to move around the arena and capture the towers, hit other robots, and eventually make it over to that opposing nexus. We are about to get underway. 4 minutes remaining before we start this semi-final round, the last match of the semifinals before we move on to the 3rd place round, and finally the final at around 4:30 p.m. We're hearing talk of a potential timeout right now. Let's stay tuned to see if we're going to have another small game delay due to a team getting their robots working. All right, it looks like we have a second timeout called. This will move this game back to 3:44. So tune back in 7 minutes, and we will have this match underway. And that is a promise.
Out for each other.
All right, thanks for your patience as we adjust our live stream here, but we should be all dialed in. Hopefully you can see the scores well enough there. Again, we have about 1 minute remaining until the semifinal match that will determine who moves on to the finals. We have blue team Rush B versus red team Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. On our red team, we have Body McBotface, Hogwarts, Lil Yachty, and Super Wi-Fi. Blue team Nimbus 404 Not Found Lawnmower and KISS. We are starting in just a second here. So starting in 30 seconds. We've got the bots on the field. We have 3 bots on the field for the red team, waiting for that 4th robot right there. Looks like we've got 3 bots on the field for the blue team as well. We have all 4. We have all 4 robots on the field. I can't quite see, but yeah, so we have three bots on the field for the blue team and 3 on the field for the red team. Looks like both are missing a bot right now. Let's get some folks off the field and get this game underway. 4 bots on the field for the blue team, and we are going to start in just 1 second. TAs are randomizing the initializing positions. That's the trick of this autonomy mode, is that teams don't know exactly where their robot is going to start. They have to use the location feedback that they're getting from onboard sensors and do it all automatically. Just waiting to clear the game area so we can get this underway here. Again, the semi-final match that will determine who goes into the final rounds. All right, is our blue team ready? Red team, are you ready? Let's go in 3, 2, 1, begin. Autonomous mode has commenced. We have a little bit of motion over on the blue side of the field. 2 robots are moving. One is making its way towards the central tower, trying to avoid those swinging arms of death. And we have 2 fighting for position. They have collided over there. 1 robot is moving towards the center of tower. It's making some solid progress. Timeout. The timeout has been called. Looks like auto mode has not been commenced. We're going to have to restart this game. A dramatic start. Unfortunately, it was a false start as the auto mode was not correctly triggered. Yeah. All right, so unfortunately with that false start, we're going to get started in a second here. We just need to make sure that the robots are actually receiving those signals to move in autonomous mode. Again, the first 60 seconds of the game are autonomous, where robots are not allowed to be remote controlled. After that 30 to 60 seconds, robots can be remote controlled by the handmade controllers that all of these teams have built. We're just resetting these robots to make sure that they can receive the correct signals, and then we will be moving into the game. You can see the healths of all the robots in both of the Nexuses for both teams on the display in the upper left corner of your screen. This interface is courtesy of Aslama, so thanks for putting that together. I know she did it procrastinating for another project, so I think we all owe her one for that. Teams are just resetting their computers so that they can connect correctly to our central controller that we have transmitting the game status. And then we will be underway for our semifinal match.
no one's blocking the stream there.
TAs are randomizing the initial robot positions just to add a little challenge to that autonomous mode.
Did everyone reset their comments? Everyone reset?
Just making sure all of these robots are correctly receiving the signals from the central controller. Anytime you're coordinating 8 robots to all try to move at once, there's going to be a measured amount of chaos. And that is absolutely the case today.
Game is off. Sentinel is on. You should be receiving help.
But they're moving?
Game is not on.
Some teams are receiving incorrect signals, or at least they're improperly handling those signals, so we're hoping that that can be remedied as soon as possible so we can get this underway.
Ali, just hold it in place. Yeah, just hold it in place. Okay. Good.
All right, let's get this started. Blue team, are you ready?
Yeah.
Red team, are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, begin. All right, autonomous mode has begun, and we have a lot of robots moving. That's impressive. We've got 4 robots moving on the blue side of the field. 1 is trying to climb the ramp, and 3 are getting stuck trying to get to that central tower. 1 team has moved from the red, but accidentally immediately ran into one of the swinging arms of death towers. It'll be fine there, but it won't be able to move much further for the rest of the autonomous mode. Looks like teams are going to wait for timers to tick down unless they can get free. Oh, okay. We have a robot on the blue side that has gotten free. Oh, but unfortunately immediately got stuck on one of those swinging arms of death. We'll check our countdown timer for the autonomous mode to see if these robots can get some remote control and remedy their situations. 15 seconds left in autonomous mode. Remote control in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Remote control mode is activated, and that means the swinging arms of death are on. We have a blue team brought off to like a rocket, slamming into that blue button and starting to capture the top tower for the blue team. We also have the bottom tower in the midst of being captured by the blue team. Looks like the top tower is already captured. That's seconds into the game. The top tower is captured. Bottom tower is still trying to be captured by one of these blue robots, but it doesn't look like it can quite get to that button. Red team robots are moving around by their nexus, but they haven't managed to do any damage to opposing nexuses. Looks like 1 red team robot is over there, or 1 blue team robot is over there by the red team nexus trying to hit that button and deplete the health. Another robot is thrashing around by the bottom tower trying to hit one of those buttons and do some damage in this game. We have some action up on the top ramp. Some robots fighting it out to make sure that they can't recapture that tower for the red team. That tower is doing a quarter of a damage point per second to the red team nexus. Oh, it looks like that bottom tower is trying to be captured by the red team. Can they press that button? They have started to press the button. The tower has begun to be captured. And the bottom tower is captured by the red team. That'll do a quarter of a damage point per second to the blue nexus. All right, and we can see that the blue nexus has started to deplete, but not nearly fast enough. The red nexus is at 35 and being damaged actively by a blue robot over on that side of the field. Can this red robot slam into the blue nexus fast enough to deplete its health faster than the tower. Oh, and we've got another hit on the red nexus. These hits do significantly more damage than the towers. Oh, actually, we have a recapture. The blue team has recaptured the bottom tower for the blue team. Now the red nexus is taking half of a damage point per second from the towers. That's a huge amount. And now we have the red nexus down to 12%, 10%, 6%, 4%. Do we have the red nexus? We have the red nexus still alive, and it's dead! Blue team wins! Rush B takes the win and will move on to the final round. Congrats to Rush B. Wow. And what a game that was. We had a tower capture, a tower recapture by the blue team. Red team was really putting up a good fight, capturing one of the towers pretty early in the game and going straight for the jugular on that nexus. But they were not able to do quite enough damage to make up for all of that damage that that the blue team had done to that red nexus. Blue team ended up having both towers captured, which does a half of a damage point per second in total. And additionally was just beating on that red nexus, really depleting its health. Up next, very shortly, we will have the third place match. These teams, Friendly Fire and PTA, are competing for third place in this competition. Friendly Fire will be the blue team, and PTA, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles will be the red team. As you might recall, Friendly Fire came off of a strong day yesterday. A strong day yesterday where they went undefeated and took the #1 seed, getting a bye into the semifinal round. However, they lost their match in the semifinal round, putting them into this third place matchup that we have right here. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles also lost their match in the semifinal round, which is why they're here. And yeah, so we'll have this match, the third place round, and then we'll move on to the final, which is going to be John Cena versus Rush B. We'll hope to have that final by 4:30 p.m. And let's see what time we're targeting for the next match. You can see the professor up here writing the time that we're aiming for. All right, the update is that we were aiming for 4:05 for the next match. So that is 10 minutes from now. Tune back in to watch the third place round. And after that, we will have the finals. So again, we are aiming for a 4:05 start for our third place round, where Friendly Fire will be facing off with planes, trains, and automobiles. Friendly fire will be the blue team, and planes, trains, and automobiles will be the red team in that match.
Did you reset it?
All right, we've got T-minus 2 minutes before our third place round here. going to have friendly fire versus planes, trains, and automobiles. Again, these two teams didn't quite win their semifinal round, so they'll be facing off for the third place in the competition in just 2 minutes. A quick overview if you're just turning in. The game mechanics are as follows. There are 2 nexuses, one in each side of the arena. Each has 48 health. The goal of the game is to deplete the health of the opponent's nexus, either by capturing towers or by hitting the nexus directly. If you capture a tower, those are the 2 pairs of blue and red buttons in the middle of the screen, in the middle of the arena. Those can be captured by holding down the button of your team, and then it does a quarter of a damage point per second to the opposing nexus. If you hit a nexus directly, it does a full damage point. Oh, it looks like we've got a timeout called. Another 7 minutes to wait before this third place match takes place. 4:12 p.m. Come tune back in. We'll be looking forward to seeing you. All right, we've got about 3 minutes left before our next game starts here. It is the third place round where we have Friendly Fire versus Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. A quick rundown of the robots on each team. On Team Friendly Fire, the blue team, we have Mario Kart, Brutal, Savage, Wrecked, Fools, and Tokyo Drift. On the red team, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, we have Body McBotface, Hogwarts, Lil Yachty, and Super Wi-Fi. Oh, I'm just getting news that Body McBotface has actually been subbed out for another robot. Kylo Ren from Team Sith will be competing with the red team, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. So that's an interesting development. We'll see how that changes the game mechanics over here. Again, this is the Mechatronics class final project. So all of the robots you're seeing are hand-built by the students over the course of a long month, we'll say. The robots are functioning for the first 60 seconds of the game in autonomous mode, meaning that they have only some onboard localization sensors to help them out moving around the field. After that 60 seconds is up, they move to remote control mode, in which the robots can be operated by the handheld remote controllers that the students have also hand-built. There's Wi-Fi communication that's taking care of the interface between the robots and the controllers, enabling those guys to move around the field at lightning speed. Hoping to start in just a couple minutes here. And as we do, I'll give a quick rundown of the game mechanics. Again, 60 seconds at the beginning, our autonomous mode, then we go into remote control. The object of the game is to capture the opposing team's Nexus by depleting its health fully. Each Nexus has 48 damage points. You can damage the Nexus by either capturing towers in the center of the field, or by hitting the Nexus directly. Robots can also die. They have a number of health points depending on their weight. Less weight means more health points. They can be damaged by either the swinging arms of death, which the TAs have placed around the field and which operate during the remote-controlled mode, or by opposing teams' weapons, which are just arms that swing around, hitting those switches on the robots. Looks like we're getting started in just a few seconds here. So stay tuned for the third place round, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles versus Friendly Fire. Shortly afterwards, we will again have the finals. We're getting these robots started here, getting their autonomous modes initialized so they can communicate with the central controller that's sending out all of the information for the teams. As these teams place their robots on the field, they're going to have to restart their robots just to make sure that they can connect to the central interface correctly. Looks like all robots are on the field. They're being initialized to random positions by the TAs as we speak. This makes the autonomous mode just a bit more challenging. Robots must be truly autonomous. They won't know exactly where they start. All right. Blue team, are you ready? Red team, are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, begin. All right, autonomous mode has begun. We have one robot from the red team climbing the ramp, making its way towards that top tower. And it's moved right past the top tower and crashed into the blue side of the field. Very aggressive strategy to start out the game. We also have a blue robot that was moving in the autonomous mode, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to make it anywhere with this red team robot blocking its way. There's no way for us to know whether that was an intentional strategy, but it looks like it might have been quite effective. Now, as a reminder, the autonomous mode is 60 seconds long, and we have a timer going right now. I don't think there is much time left in autonomous mode. 15 seconds left in autonomous mode. Then these robots will be remote controlled, and they will be able to take off, move across the field. 4, 3, 2, 1. Remote control mode is initialized, and immediately blue team is on the attack. Red team is moving fast towards those towers, trying to capture them. Blue team is moving towards the top tower and trying to capture it, but red team has pushed it away. Looks like there's a big scuffle at the bottom tower. Red team is trying to capture that. They've managed to hit the button just a little bit, but not enough to actually start capturing the tower. Blue team is also trying to capture this tower, but the top tower, but they haven't managed to hit the button quite hard enough. Red team is capturing the bottom tower as blue team captures the top. This might be almost simultaneous. And simultaneously, both towers have been captured by opposing teams. This puts the match off super evenly. We've got 91 health for the blue team and 93 for the red team. Oh man, we've got some flipping down by the bottom tower as these robots aggressively try to outmaneuver each other. A scuffle over by the red nexus as the blue team tries to do damage directly. And it is effective. It is pushing the damage of the red nexus just below. But look over here, we have the a red team robot that is brutally damaging the blue nexus, just hitting that button over and over. The blue nexus is depleting quickly as the red team smashes it over and over again. It's down to 14%, 8%, 6%, and 0. The red team wins. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles takes first place in this competition. And what a match it was. Both towers captured by opposing teams simultaneously. But in the end, it all came down to one robot over on the blue side of the field, just hitting that Nexus button over and over again. That's just a demonstration of how dangerous and how powerful a reliable remote control can be. If you're over there with the Nexus unprotected, you're just damaging so quickly, much more quickly than the towers can even begin to damage. And that is what ended up making the difference here in the third place round and winning for Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. A good match on both sides. That was one of our closest matches yet. All right, so up next is the final competition. We have a matchup between John Cena and Rush B. John Cena will be the red team and Rush B will be the blue team. Both teams have performed incredibly well in the prior matches. Both obviously won their semifinal rounds, beating out two really competitive teams. And we think we have a pretty even matchup coming for this final round. So again, we have John Cena versus Rush B. John Cena, the red team, consists of BE Transfers, GM Hotel, Sarah Rotenberg, and Robot 22. Blue team, Rush B, we have the Nimbus, 404 Not Found, Lawnmower, and KISS. Two formidable teams. Really, anyone could take this one. There is an announcement. They have a deliberation over the rules. Looking at the instant replay, we're detecting that one team may have their robot's weapon mounted too high, which would disqualify them from the match and result in a win from friendly fire. But the official call from the judges is through. The results hold. The results hold. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles win the match. They take third place. Results hold. Everything was legal. All right, so the final is officially scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Join us in just 12 minutes as the two top teams so far take on each other in a dramatic final competition for the RoBA World Championships. We've got a great audience in the house. Auditorium here in UPenn is electric, filled with spectators and excited team members. Everyone waiting in eager anticipation for this final round to begin in just a few minutes as we see who will take home the RoBA World Championships title. Thanks for joining us. So once again, the finals will take place here in just under 10 minutes. We'll have John Cena versus Rush B. And the judges are getting pretty strict with these robot requirements. There's no messing around allowed in the final competition. So every team's robot is diligently checked to make sure that they are fulfilling the minimum requirements. They are fitting within the required constraints. That their arm is not disobeying any rules, and that everything is working in proper order. Hopefully we can have an on-time start for this final competition and get these robots on the field. I'm happy to be joining you today as your commentator, as the forward-facing end of the TA team, led by Mark Yim, of course, the professor for this class, and supported by an excellent team of 10 or 11 TAs who have worked a lot this semester to put this final competition together. So a big shout out goes to all of those TAs and all the time that they have put in. Also want to thank the students and their families for the incredible work that they've been putting in these last couple of weeks. We've seen a lot of students in the lab, very late hours, and their work has paid off. It's being shown here, some very incredible capabilities in terms of the autonomous mode, in terms of the remote control capabilities that these robots have. Overall, an impressive showing from all these students out here. This is going to be the culmination of a 2-day competition. Yesterday, again, we had the qualification, the seeding round, in which Friendly Fire took the first seed and got a bye through the first round of today's final competition. However, after making it to the semifinal round with that bye, Friendly Fire was knocked out and ended up taking 4th place. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is sitting in 3rd. They have won the 3rd place round, as we just saw, and that will be their final place. And up next, we have the final, of course. In just about 7 minutes now, we will have that final. That'll be John Cena versus Rush B. John Cena actually did not give us a meta team name. I guess they were focusing too much on making a really successful team of robots, because they certainly have, but they didn't come up with a name, so one of the TAs has decided for them. And I think John Cena is an excellent choice. It's reflecting their values as a team. But again, they'll be facing Rush B in this final competition. RoBA World Championships. So stay tuned. Just under 7 minutes. All right, welcome to the RoBA World Championships final match. John Cena versus Rush B for the win. Welcome to all of our viewers tuning in from home. I hear we've got a great community out in Connecticut out there watching, so a shout out to them comes from one of our students here. Also have an electric audience in the room. Let's see if we can get a live feed of them. Yes, there's the audience. Look at all these smiling faces. An electric crowd looking in anticipation for this final championship round. For a quick rule refresher, for those of you just tuning in from home, this is a MOBA style championship match. So we've got two nexuses. Those are those glowing boxes you see on the left and right sides of the arena. The goal of the game is to deplete the health of the opponent's nexus. You can do that in one of two ways. You can either capture towers, those are those pairs of blue and red buttons that you can see in the middle of the arena. You capture a tower, and that tower continuously does damage to the opponent's nexus until it is recaptured. The other way is you can directly damage opponent's nexus by going up to it and just hitting one of those buttons. That does a full damage point as opposed to the quarter damage point per second done by the tower captures. So that can be a powerful way to turn the tide of the game. In addition to that, the robots are mortal. They have a limited number of health points, which is determined by the weight. It's inversely proportional, so a lighter robot has more health. This is to incentivize the difficult task of building a lightweight robot. These robots can lose health by having their whisker switch, which is just an onboard switch, hit. And that can either be hit by an opposing robot with their weapon, or by the swinging arms of death, which have been installed on the field here by the TAs. The first 60 seconds of each round, and of course of this final match, are the autonomous mode. That means that the robots can only move based on localization data that they gather from sensors on board the robots. This is systems that the students have designed themselves. The goal in those first 60 seconds for most teams has been to move as close to one of these towers as possible and try to capture it for their team. That can give a huge advantage in the final round. We've had some teams come really close but not quite capture one of those towers, so we'll be hoping to see that in the final round. After those 60 seconds are up, control moves over to the remote control mode, where students are able to control their robots from the remote controls that they're holding in their hands. These remote controls, just like the robots, have been hand-built by the students in the last month of this Mechatronics course. Built from scratch, like everything that you're seeing before you today. There's incredible feats of engineering from these Mechatronics students, so a big shout out to them and the TA staff that has made this competition possible as well. Also want to give a shout out to all the families watching at home for their support. Students have needed it these last couple weeks as it's been a hard slog, some late hours in the lab getting these robots together, but it is largely paid off. We've seen some incredible results today and going to see some more soon as the final match gets underway in just a couple minutes. Again, we have John Cena, the red team, consisting of BE Transfers, GM Hotel, Sarah Rotenberg, and R22, versus the blue team, Rush B on your right, Nimbus, 404 Not Found, Lawnmower, and KISS. Thanks again to all those folks out there tuning in. We're hoping to get this round started in just a few seconds here, get some robots on the field, and get this match begun. Oh, actually, it looks like we have a timeout. No one told your poor announcer over here that there's a timeout, and we'll have a 7-minute delay on this final match. I'm just realizing myself. So stay tuned. We got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes before this match starts, it looks like one of our teams has had to take a timeout. But as soon as that's over, we will have our final match underway. Thanks for staying with us, and stay tuned. As we wait here, you can see Aslama is changing up the scoreboard for us. She's been tending this scoreboard all day, and a big thanks to her for putting together a nice visualizer so we can actually see what's going on the field. Sometimes it's hard to parse all those colored lights. She put that all together this week while she was procrastinating doing a final project, so a big thanks to her. Looks like we have T-minus 5 minutes here before our final match takes place. I wish you guys could see the feed here from an electric audience. I'm going to try to get the feed here going live. Again, 4 minutes now until our final match, so stay tuned here. Try to go over the game rules again right before the final match takes place, so that'll be in about a minute here. Look at all those smiling faces out there. A positively electric crowd looking on for this final match of Mechatronics Meme 510. Final preparations are taking place. We're getting some first robots on the field for this final competition, and hopefully we have no further timeouts and we can get this round underway at 4:37 p.m. Looks like we have 3 robots down on the field. Teams are getting amped up and ready. I'm going to go over the rules one more time, so feel free to tune me out here if you're bored of hearing this over and over again. But here's how the game works. The object is to deplete the health of your opponent's nexus. Each nexus has 48 points and can be depleted in one of 2 ways, either capturing one of the 2 towers that are on the field. That can be done by holding down the button of your team color. Once that tower is captured, it does a quarter of a damage point per second to the opposing team's nexus. The other way is to directly hit the nexus, which takes the full damage point away and can be a really quick and effective way to turn the tide of the game. In addition to that, the robots can take damage and they can die. A robot has a limited number of health points that are inversely proportional to the robot weight, so we're incentivizing the difficult task of building lightweight robots here. Those damage points are taken away when a robot hits, its whisker switch gets hit, and that can happen either by being hit by one of the attacking arms of an opposite team robot, or by one of the swinging arms of death that our TAs have installed here on the arena. Once a robot dies, all of its health is depleted. It has a reton timer of 15 seconds, and one of the TAs will manually go and move it back into its nexus area. We've seen a few robots die so far, but overwhelmingly so far, we've had a lot of just fighting over tower captures, fighting over doing arena damage. Yesterday we had the qualifying rounds that determined the seeds for today's final rounds. And all of this 2 days of competition, months of work on behalf of the students have culminated here in this final match. The red team, John Cena, versus the blue team, Rush B. Both teams have put forward impressive performances so far, performing off big upsets to beat the favorite, the number 1 seed coming into the competition, and both making it into this final round. We just had the 3rd place round, which resulted in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles taking 3rd place. Oh, and it looks like we have an announcement, so stay tuned. We're talking about a potential back-to-back best of 3 to find this final competition. So will we have a best of 3 competition? We're finding out right now. All right, it's official. We will have a best of 3 final competition. That's 3 rounds back to back to determine without any shred of doubt who is the dominant team on the field this evening for the Mechatronics World Championship final. John Cena in the red, on the right, or on the left, I'm sorry. And in the blue, Rush B. That's on the right. All 8 robots are on the field and look like they're getting ready to start. We'll get started in just a second here. Again, the first 60 seconds of the game are autonomous mode, in which robots must navigate based on the localization capability. Let's see if this robot climbing the ramp right now can make it to that blue button. It looks like it's gotten stuck right on the cusp of that ramp. Won't be able to make it over, but it will have an advantage and be able to get to that tower immediately upon the game starting once the remote control mode has begun. Again, we have a best of 3 final competition, so in about 15 seconds, I think, when the remote control starts, we'll have this round, and then 2 more to determine who is the winner of today's RoBA World Championships. 3, 2, 1, and remote control mode has been initiated. Robots are now controlled by the remote controls in their teammates' hands. We have a red team robot moving towards that middle tower, but it's been pushed out of the way by a blue team robot. We've got a red team robot also moving towards that top tower, trying to capture it, while a blue team captures the bottom tower. Blue team is capturing that tower. Yes, it has the button pressed down and is in the process of capturing. And it has captured that bottom tower for the blue team as the top tower is captured by the red team almost simultaneously. But the red team is trying to recapture that bottom tower. That could be a game changer. 2 towers captured by the red team, doing half of the damage per second to the blue Nexus, which is already at 83% health. Now we've got a red robot over by the blue Nexus, hitting that button directly. We got 2 robots tangled up here in the middle of the field, but the game mechanics are still dominated by this 2 red team robots hitting this blue Nexus. This is brutal. A 2-on-1 at the Nexus, depleting its health so rapidly. 25%, 18%, 16%. Even as the blue team is over by the red Nexus, this won't be enough. 10%. Thoropho not found has been killed, but it might just be too late. 4% at the blue Nexus. 2% at the blue Nexus. And red team wins the first round of the final championships. That is John Cena going 1-0 in the final championships. They'll just have to win this second game to give them the overall win for the RoBA World Champion. That's John Cena. Hoping you can hear the music out there. We've got his theme song playing in the background. We're hoping now for a quick reset as these teams grab their robots, place them in their home areas, and get ready to start the second round. Again, we've got John Cena versus Rush B. John Cena resoundingly took the first round by capturing both towers and then having 2 robots over there beating on the opposing Nexus, resulting in really a rather quick game. These teams are getting efficient at capturing those towers and getting over to those opposing Nexuses. Interestingly, yesterday the game was dominated by the capture of these towers. But today, teams have been getting over to those Nexuses and really doing some damage, causing a fundamental change in the game mechanic. Stand by as we reset the game board for the final championship round 2. All right, thanks again all those out there for tuning in. We are about to start in just a few minutes here the second round of the final competition. John Cena versus Rush B. John Cena resoundingly took the last round. They're 1-0. So Rush B is defending right now. If they don't win this, then John Cena takes the win. Blue team here is taking a few minutes to reset everything, and they've got 2 minutes left before we commence our final round here. Again, this is the culmination of 2 days of competition. Yesterday we had the qualifying round in which we determined the seed for today. Team Friendly Fire took the first seed and got their bye in the first round, but were eliminated and took 4th place in the overall competition. One second as I fix this webcam. All right, we are just about to start our final competition, round 2 here. This one is for the win. If John Cena takes this, they will win the victory on the final competition of the RoBA World Championships, day 2 of 2. This is it. Are we ready? That's supposed to be. Blue team, are you ready? Red team, are you ready? All right. We will begin in 3. Red team's not quite ready. We have to restart a little computer here, tape a battery in place, and then we'll be all set to go. Almost all set over here for round 2 of 3 of the RoBA World Championships final competition. Blue team, are you ready? Yes. Red team, are you ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1, begin. All right, auto mode has initiated, and we've got 2 robots on the blue team moving. They are trying to localize with their onboard sensors and drive towards these towers. We've got a robot here on the bottom of the arena moving quickly towards the bottom tower. It's aiming to press that blue button on the opposing side, turning around towards that blue button. If it can press this, this could be a big game changer. It's turning towards that button. It has pressed the button. This could be our first capture of a tower in the autonomous mode. And the blue team has captured a tower. This is a huge advantage for the blue team as the other robots cannot even move yet. That red Nexus health is decreasing already. They're below 90% before the autonomous mode is even over.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we are in remote control mode, and red team is already at 83% health as they try to recapture that Nexus for their own team, but the blue team is not having it. They're pushing the red team away from that tower. Now red team is moving towards the top tower. They want to capture that for their own. And they are. They press that button. They're capturing that tower. It's in progress right now. Look at the top tower meter here. And the top tower is captured for the red team. That'll start doing damage to the blue team Nexus. But is it too late? The red team Nexus is already at 60% and being damaged quickly by a blue team robot over there, hitting hard, 50% and falling fast, even as the blue team Nexus is also being depleted quickly. We've got 35% health for John Cena, and it's falling quickly as a blue team robot is still over there, just beating on that Nexus. Can they get it down? 6-2, 0%. Rush B takes it, tying it up. It is 1-1, everyone. What a round. What a round. The teams are absolutely electric. John Cena definitely disappointed after this loss, but Rush B, wow, what a comeback in this second round. Just absolutely showing John Cena that what they did in the last round was not going to fly again. Amazing performance by Rush B, tying it up. This last round is winner take all. We are breaking this tie with a final round to end all final rounds. The atmosphere in here couldn't be more electric with students of all different disciplines coming in and showing some support for their classmates who have worked so hard for this. Thanks for joining us here. We're just going to reset the field and hopefully get our final round of the final match underway in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. All right, we have a timeout called by John Cena, who's taking this time to recoup their losses, trying to get started in just a few minutes here. We have a slight rule modification. In this very, very final round, teams will be able to place their own robots on the field rather than starting in the randomized initial position chosen by the TAs. This could enable some incredible autonomous mode interaction from the robots. We might even see some interplay between the robots on the autonomous mode section. Again, last round we had the blue team, Rush B, start off strong by capturing a tower in the autonomous mode. This gave them roughly a 15-point advantage by the time that the autonomous mode was over, which was really a game-changing event for the blue team, allowing them to take that victory soundly. Let's see if they can do it again in this round. Or will John Cena replay their brutal attack of the first round with two robots at the opposing nexus, rapidly depleting that health until it was too much for Rush B to come back from. We will see in just a few minutes here. We're looking at a 4:58 start for the very final round. That's just 3 minutes from now. So stay tuned for that. It's been an intense and even matchup so far, with John Cena taking that first round and Rush B coming back to match them 1-for-1 in the second round. It was a last-minute decision by the teams, but everyone agreed to make this a best of three format for the final round. And I think that is a good choice. It gives us a good chance to see exactly what different strategies can be employed and how exactly they can come back from a loss and show everyone what they're made of. Really impressive show so far. Just 2 minutes until we get started.
2 minutes.
Again, these robots are all hand-built by the students over the last month or so, as well as the remote controllers that you can see everyone holding. Those remote controllers are employed after the first 60 seconds of the game, which is autonomous mode. We'll see again in this round what the teams can accomplish in autonomous mode. A reminder of the game change rules. We now have robots are initialized by the team members rather than by the TAs. That allows them to really get a full advantage of their autonomous mode. So that could be a game changer. We'll see how these teams can take advantage of that rule change. Looks like we got one team that is reflashing their robot, making sure that everything's in order for this last competition. We've got 4 robots down on the blue side of the field for Rush B. And I think we've got 2 or 3 down on the red side. Hard to make that out from right here, but yes, we've got 3 robots down on the red side of the field, so we're just waiting on a final robot, which has just been placed. We've got all 8 robots down on the field. Looks like we are about ready to start. Stay tuned here. Blue team, are you ready?
Yes!
Red team, are you ready?
Yes!
3, 2, 1, begin.
Let's go, Rush B.
All right, autonomous mode has begun. The blue team is moving fast. Looks like they're trying for the same strategy of capturing that bottom tower in the beginning. Again, one robot has tried to climb the ramp to the top tower, but has not managed to quite make it. Now we have, just like last time, we have a robot trying to hit that blue, and they have again hit the blue button, starting this tower capture in autonomous mode. This could be a game changer again. With just about 20 seconds of autonomous mode, they've already captured a tower. And that could mean a huge depletion of health of the red nexus by the time the autonomous mode is over. 15 seconds left for that tower to just deplete the red nexus health. It's down to 90% and less before the autonomous mode is over. 3, 2, 1. And the remote control is activated. These teams are, wow! And what a strike just at the beginning. Red team again is going for that top tower, and it looks like they're successfully capturing. Can the blue team push them off? and get them. No, it looks like red team has the top tower. So that means that blue team has the bottom tower, red team the top tower. Red team next is health at 72, and blue team at 93. Blue team does have a big advantage from that autonomous mode start, but red team might just be able to make up for it by getting over to that blue nexus. Red team health at 66 as there's a big struggle in the middle, fighting over that middle tower to see if anyone can recapture it. We've got a dead robot. Nimbus is dead. The Undertaker is dead. We have some significant... As the red team tries to recapture that bottom tower, they are halfway there. They are 3/4 of the way there, and they have recaptured the bottom tower. That's 2 towers captured for the red team, meaning a half of the damage point per second to the blue nexus. But can they make up for blue towers, blue robots that are hitting the nexus directly? 54 health for the red team, and 56 falling fast for the blue team. This is turning out to be a close final. 50 health on the blue team. The red team has made a comeback and has passed the blue team. Blue team health now falling fast to 41 after that dramatic tower recapture. Now it looks like blue is trying to recapture this tower as well. Oh, but it's dead. It's been killed by the swinging arms of death. Okay, blue is trying to now recapture the top tower, but it looks like they can't quite press the button, and now they've fallen down the ramp. Everyone congregating over by the red nexus. But, okay, we have a blue robot down, replaced, respawn, and 16 health for the blue team, 14, 12 health. There's little they can do now. They've got to capture those towers or it's all over. 6 health, 4 health. Now they're recapturing a tower, but it's too late. The red team, John Cena, takes the victory. And what a game it was. That is the conclusion of months of work on behalf of these dedicated students. We have a victory for John Cena in what has to be the most dramatic RoBA World Championships that we have ever seen. We're so glad that you were here to see it live. Historical battle for the victory. And in the end, it's John Cena who takes it. In second place, we have a strong showing from Rush B, followed by Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, who took the third place in the third place round. And, of course, Friendly Fire, who was our #1 seed on the first day, but who fell to a 4th place finish in today's competition. Great work to all of these teams who have put forth some incredible robots and really showed their mettle in today's competition. Thanks to all of those who tuned in, and we hope to see you back next year for another dramatic RoBA World Championships. Good night, everyone.